Good day, everybody. Welcome to Wellington, New Zealand. It's beautiful, but a little bit windy sunrise here. Sun's just coming up over the horizon. Looks like Kevin's going to be joining us over there in the Qantas. Looking really nice. And today we're heading from Wellington, New Zealand over to Sydney, Australia. Should be a very good flight. You can hear the wind howling. So let's hop on board and we'll start getting the FENIX A320 up and running. Alright. We're on board the aircraft. We can hook up the auxiliary. We'll turn on the dome lights, get the nav lights up and going. Start checking everything out. So, parking brakes are on. GPU is now connected. External power is on. Our batteries 1 and 2 will come on. Volts are good. We'll switch the adhers over. I ain't seeing anything. You found a retro livery for the 320 Neo. Oh. Yeah, I probably don't have it installed, so vPilot's just showing me a generic Qantas. Evac, cassette, captain, and purser. Signs are on. Lights are on. Crew oxygen supply is on. Fuel pumps are now on. Generators 1 and 2 are on fault. Packs 1 and 2 are on fault. Cabin heat will do a notch down. Do our fire tests. There's APU. Engine 1. Engine 2. Emergency lights will come on. Icing indicators and standby compass are on. And cargo heat is off. So let's start getting everything over here set up. Flight control, left side stick fault. Calibrate null zones. I don't use a side stick. Why is it giving me failures? Failure should be off. Oh, it's not going to be in there. It's going to be over here. It's fine. See, they keep going link, and I keep telling it to save as the default. Oh, wrong aircraft type. It was a LATAM last time. Call out units. Alright, so that's all set. So if we go down to here, failures none. All right. Where is the calibrate? Trying to remember config. No, it's this one, right? Controls config. Yeah, I don't use the side stick. Flaps are already calibrated. Well, we'll see what happens. So come over here, we'll go into the VATSim menu, we'll get our preliminary load sheet. We won't get our preliminary load sheet because I haven't loaded in the flight plan yet. There we go. We're going to give ourselves to 2015 over to ground services, and we're hooked up. That's fine. 145 passengers. We can go fast time to load, and away we go. Now we should have the message. There we go. Preliminary load sheet's in. We'll accept the preliminary. And we can start entering in our information. So we'll get our flight plan. There we go. And UKV 5556, cost index of 25, and today we are going up to a cruise level of 36,000 feet, 360, tropo of 32021, and we can do some initial flight planning. So our initial zero fuel weight is going to be 57.8. And our initial center of gravity 30.7. 30.7. And our block fuel is 11.5. There's 11.5. Do all our calculations now on the fuel side. Let's clear those messages. Trip wind, headwind of 68 knots. That's going to slow us down a little bit. Come over here and do a little bit of departure planning. We're going to be going off runway 34 since the winds are currently, I'll grab the weather, winds are currently 340 at 20 knots. It was gusting earlier. We got low cloud and broken cloud. And looks like low pressure and some rain and stuff moving into the area shortly. So, but at the moment it's dry. So 3-4 dry. It'll be a flaps 1F. Packs will be on. We'll load the preliminary load sheet. We'll bring in the current weather. I'll do a quick calculation. Let's see if everything looks good. And toga takeoff. Okay. So that is looking good. We'll come over to Navigraph. We'll bring in our charts for the flight. So we'll import our route. So we're here at Wellington. We'll grab the ground charts. So here's the airport. We're at the terminal here. We're going to push back, taxi to the south down to probably A10, and then we'll take off from there. It's only a 6,000 foot runway, hence why toga is required. And we'll be departing out to the north. We're then going to be on the Pola 5P departure, Polex 5P, RNAV departure. Now we're going to Tannen, so we're going to fly this way to the north to Polax, and then we're going to make the turn out across the islands here and then up to Tannen. From there we're going to head across the Tasmanian Sea in a kind of a northwesterly direction up towards Sydney, Australia. At Sydney we're going to be coming in on the Marlin 5. Let's pull that up. Marlin 5. So coming in from Marlin, we're going to come in this way. We're currently set up for the ILS runway 25, which means we're going to be going up towards Uzama and then making a left turn into runway 25. So we'll highlight that one. The approach will be the ILS for 25. There she is. Coming in this way. 3,000 foot over the water, and then we start down towards Sydney. And then once we're on the ground, be landing here on 25, and then we're going to make a right-hand departure. This is the international terminal right here. And we'll come off runway 25, probably around Yankee or Alpha, and we'll taxi into the terminal right here off the end of the runway. Very nice. So that is the plan. Did I highlight that? Yes, I did. So we have all our charts ready. I'm going to bring up the airport chart for now. And we'll zoom into what we need. There we go. So as you can see, we're going to push back. We'll taxi down, probably come out at Bravo 8 and down. And we'll be all ready. Come back over, see how we're doing. 10 more to go. Alright, so we're going to set our altimeters. And as per the current weather, it's 0990. There we go. And we'll set the standby the same. .0990 is set and linked to both sides. Transponder will set to 7,000. Set. PWS is in on GCS will go to auto. Fueling is done, cargo is done, and it looks like boarding is complete. That is fantastic. Go back to our received messages. And our preliminary load sheet there. So what we can do is we come over and go to our performance, and we'll bring in the final load sheet. And that information is now in. So our final takeoff center of gravity is 27.5. So let's see if it'll let me just change that number. It does. 27.5 block fuel is the same. And everything is now set there. There is, should be our final load sheet. Oh, it's a second preliminary load sheet. Except that. Should get our final one shortly, but we've got our final sheet here for the calculation. So we'll do a recalc on everything, and yep, toga is going to be required. Come over to where I can see it. We'll go to our performance page and we'll enter in our numbers. So we've got a 128 as our V1 speed, 146 for our rotation, and 146 for our V2 speed. Transition altitude is 13,000 feet. It's going to be flaps 1 and up 0.2 on the trim. And it is a toga takeoff, so there'll be no flex. So that is good there. We can come back to the charts. So that information is now all entered in, and we are good. We can come down to our route now and finalize our route. There's our departure. It's runway 34. We're leaving, and we are going to the Pola 5 Papa, and we are going out to Tannen. Why it's not giving me Tannen as an option. Probably because my next waypoint is already Tannen. So, yeah, Tannen. There it is right there. Pollux. No, it's not. Actually, it is not putting it in. Departure. Three, 4. I got the right chart here. Polex 5P. Polex 5P. Camet Rousset Roussel Nemos. Saba. Tannen. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I didn't want to give that to me the first time. Olmas, Atrum, Duval. Yeah, there's our restrictions. And then Tannen after that. Now I'm going to check, because last time we had this, it didn't quite do the restrictions the right way. So Polax, greater than 3,000, which is correct. Five right. Not at Wellington. Oh, 5R. No, it's 5P. Well, 5P is the one I pulled up. Atrum. Go back to the flight plan. We'll go to our speed is under 10,000. Okay, that is correct. And then we're no restrictions from that point. We just continue our climb out. All the way to Marlin. And we'll come over here to just gonna check, make sure we have no discos. That's fine. There's Marlin. So for our arrival, current weather today, as of now, is winds are 290 at 9. So we're going to stick with runway 25. So arrival is going to be the ILS runway 25. Hey, Land O'Lakes. How you doing? I wonder if they mean GLS. GLS for 25. And we're going in on the Marlin 5. So it will be Marlin, and then Beacos, which is above 8,000, which is correct. And then Vino, which is between 9 and 5, which is correct. And Zuma, Jelly, and there's Jelly, we should be at 3,000. There's the intercept. So that's all good. And tuned in. So flight plan is set. Sun is rising, giving us a beautiful orange color in the sky. We're going to come up and fire up the APU. Yeah, it has come a long way, Land O'Lakes. It is, I mean, looking really, really good. Look at that. Look at that sunrise. Man, there's that rain coming in that the weather was talking about. It's looking fantastic. So while we're doing this, we can break out the pushback, and we're going to look at setting up our push. We're going to be facing westward. I'm going to push to here. I'm going to push around the corner here. Something like that. And we're going to end up sitting here right behind Kevin. Right there. Yep, it is raining. And we're pretty much ready to go. So let's call the push.
To ground. This is ground. Stand by.
There we go. APU bleeds are now on. Put on the beacon. External power can come off. Come down here, disconnect the generator. The chocks are out of the way. Generator is coming off. Get the charts back up. So APU is on, ground power is available, external power is disconnected, takeoff data is set.
All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
FCU.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
We have an initial clearance of 12,000 feet. Departure is briefed. We've already been through that. Flight directors are
We are
on.
cleared for start and push.
You're going to go to 10. You're going to go to 40.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
So that is all set. Radios. One last thing. 122.8.
Please release parking brake.
And we'll make our call. Wellington area traffic.
Please release parking brake.
Skyways 5556. Pushback and start facing west. No, this is the FENIX A320.
Commencing pushback.
Not
You
the
can start the engines in
737.
sequence.
It will start in sequence.
I've decided I'm not going to do the 737. It's starting to get too expensive. Alright, so fuel pumps are on, bleeds are on. engine start selector over to start and starting engine number 2. Thrust lever's not at idle. Oh, there we go. It's that little thing where they just, when I load in, they're just slightly out of spot. Gotta remember just to do a little flick of them. Yeah, it's gonna be a rainy departure out of here. Just make out the sun coming over the clouds there. I will be able to go out at B7. Jump back in. Engine's now available. So we'll come over here, we'll start engine 1 and go in the back and give it a listen.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Ground. You may disconnect.
Roger. Good engine start. Cleared to disconnect. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Oh, really, Kevin? Well, live weather. What can I say? Anyway, engines are up and running. Just waiting for this one to stabilize. Then we get the engine available. Final load sheet is in. We will accept that. Roger can go over to there. We're going to go back over to performance. There we go. And engines are good. So ignition go to normal. APU bleed off. APU master switch is off. Generators 1 and 2 are on. Packs 1 and 2 are on. Probe heat is set to auto. Wing anti-ice not required. Flaps will go position 1. Trim 0.2 up. Let's get that there. And flight controls. Full left, full right, neutral, full forward, full back, neutral, full left rudder, full right rudder, neutral. Rudder trim is indicating 0. Flight controls are full and free. APU bleeds are off. She's cooling down now. And everything is good there. FCP is set. Engine instruments. Engines are good. Taxi lights coming on, and we are good to taxi. Wellington area traffic, Skyways 5556, taxiing runway 34 via the apron, Bravo 7, Alpha, holding short Alpha 10. Alright, brakes are off.
Traffic, Qantas 19 Tango is pushing from 17 facing west.
Well, Kevin, we all know we can't trust the weathermen. We've run into that before. Alright, so auto brakes set to max, spoilers are armed, and TO config is done. Kevin's over there in the A320 Neo. Looks like that little storm cell is cleared through. We're coming down here to Bravo 7. It's not easy to do from this angle. Trying to keep the speed down to where it's easy to control. Now we're turning on to Alpha. Yeah, the AP would prevent the aircraft from going dark when they start to push back. Done it myself. Kind of easy to do. But there's the sun coming over the hills down here in the southern city of Wellington. Alright, we're heading down to the end here. Alpha 8, this is Alpha 9, and we're going down to Alpha 10. Again, it's only a 5,955 foot runway, so not a lot of room here. I'm going to reset the clock. Get that ready for when we take off. Yeah, but the worst thing is, Kevin, if you hadn't said anything, no one would know. I do these things live on stream, so I kind of get stuck that way. And as we taxi down, for those that are watching, welcome. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, hitting that like button, and joining the channel. It's well, not so much join the channel, join the Discord. All my flights that I do, the live streams are all community flights, either VATSim such as this one or multiplayer, and everyone's welcome to join in. Just makes a more fun experience. It might give you some route ideas and get you flying to some places that you wouldn't fly normally. So you're more than welcome. We have a Discord up. All the information is put on the Discord, and I'll just get the bot to pump it into the chat, but links are also in the video descriptions, both on Twitch and on YouTube. And again, you can find all the information in there, when I fly, where I'm flying, what's coming up. And if you need help, we got a lot of knowledgeable people there that can give you a hand as well. So it's all there. There's the link to the Discord. Hope to see you here one of these days. So we're ready for our pre-departure. So V-speeds, once again, we have a V1 of 128, VR of 146, V2 of 146. FCP is set. We are speed managed, heading managed, and altitude managed within a restriction set for 12,000 feet. For takeoff, the dome light is now going to come off. We're going to put the landing lights on. Strobe light will come on. Nose wheel will go to taxi mode to takeoff mode. Transponder is on. TARA is set and tilt above. We'll now take position on the runway. I don't think there's any other traffic in the area. We're pretty clear at the moment. Wellington area traffic. Skyways 55, 56, taking position in runway 34, Wellington. There's the brakes off. Needs a bit of a push to get her going. We're not full. We only have 145 passengers today. She carries 162. Bringing in short runway. See the water out there is burbling along.
Traffic, Contest 19 Tango is taxiing to runway 34 via Quebec, Bravo, Bravo 10, Alpha, and holding short Alpha 11 with a powered aircraft. But I went in traffic.
Big waves in the bay there. ourselves turned around. We don't want to roll too far. We want to take every bit of this runway that we can. There we go. And we'll get ourselves all set. So, engine's up to 40%. Let them stabilize. There's the Kevin there in his Qantas. See the mountains ahead of us, so we're going to put Roger's terrain radar on. There we go, engines are at 40%, clock is running. And we are set to go. Wellington area traffic, Skyways 5556 rolling, runway 34 departing on the Polax 5 Papa departure. Alright, brakes released. Oh yeah. Takeoff power is set. Mantoga SRS and runway enabled. V1. V rotate and V2. A little bit of a wind there. Positive rate, gear up. Speed brakes disabled. Bring the nose down to 15% or 15 degrees. Throttle's coming back to climb thrust. Climb thrust set. Autopilot on. Flying out between the gap here, so we're clear of the mountains. There's Wellington. Had their little early morning shower. Here we are heading out. We're through S speed, flaps up. Accelerating to 250. So we have to be above 3,000 feet here, which we will be. We have to be below 10,000 feet at Atrium. So it should hold us at 10,000. As you can see, the restriction is there, so it's going to get us up to 10,000 and then hold us. Looking very nice. We're going to quickly leave the North Island here, head out over the water. Skip a few of the little islands off the South Island, and then we're out over the Tasmanian Sea. Love the sound of the aircraft.
And with the traffic, Qantas 19 Tango, rolling 134 via Polax 5 Romeo departure.
There we go. Still pretty cloudy down there today. There we are, 10,000 feet's coming up, so we're going to turn off those lights. Taxi lights will come off. I'm going to leave the seatbelt signs on for a minute. clear, we can head up to 36,000 feet, which is our cruising altitude for today. And we're stuck here at 10,000 feet until Atrum. Like it's decided it will take us up to our higher speeds now. And definitely you see the clouds moving in. So they weren't kidding when they said there's a chance of rain and stuff coming in. That's definitely now happening. We're out over the water between the islands. There's the South Island, the top end of it. I'm going to be turning this way and just coming across the top of it as we head westward. Beautiful sunrise as we leave New Zealand today. Once we get up towards the cruise, we have some entertainment lined up. That's per usual. Drinks cart and the galley are up and running, so full service on today's flight. Yeah, I figured you'd hit it at some point. So once we pass Stouffville here, it's 151 miles to the end of the departure. It takes us well out over the Tasmanian Sea. Which is all good. We can turn that off now. Not a lot of indicators and NDBs and stuff around Sydney that I have found. There is one NDB, 416. It's the Sydney Bankstown NDB, Sydney Bankstown Airport. So, well, you exceeded it, aircraft, not me. I'm going to dial that in here on number 2. I'm going to set that up to pick it up when it does. And I don't see any real VORs. In the area, which is kind of odd. .1121 is a potential. Or, yeah, 112.1. We'll dial that in there. See what happens. Back over to our performance page. Once we pass Atrum, we'll start climbing again. There's those islands. These are off the tip of the South Island. Again, there we go. A little bit of turbulence. Again, this is the FENIX A320. Definitely getting bumped around. The winds over these hills. You can see 56 knots coming in and bouncing us. There we go. Time to get up into the smoother air. Get rid of that. We'll just go over to our en route. See where we are there. Cleared through transition, so we'll just go over to standard pressure now. Getting bounced around a little bit. So we'll bring up the Navigraph charts so we can see where we are. We will unload that, decrease that, and we will switch over to that. There we go. Things are starting to smooth out. Once we hit 20,000 feet, if she remains smooth, we'll take the seatbelt signs off. Still getting the odd bump. Hi, Brian. How are you doing today? Turning onto that final leg of the departure out towards Tannin and out over the Tasmanian Sea. No, Auckland's to the north. We're heading westward to Sydney. Auckland is up here. Yeah, it's Friday today. It's a busy week for me as well. A lot of stuff going on. Alright, we'll get the seatbelt signs off. Coming up to 20,000 feet. See that headwind we're starting to face. Yeah, it's like west northwest. If we come over to here, you can see the direction we're going to be kind of going as it heads out. So northwest. There's the other side of the South Island, and then it's nothing but Tasmanian Sea all the way to Australia after that. Yeah, that'll do it, traveling for work. So we'll just do a quick check, make sure everything is set. So packs are both on, generators are on, APU is off, lights are set the way we want them, signs are set the way we want them, auto brake off, everything is looking good. We're climb mode, engine mode selector normal, flaps up, spoilers retracted. Come down here, we can do a scan through the, I don't want to do that, scan through the, stay there, this is stuff. So there's our engine instruments are all looking good, bleeds are looking good, pressurization is working. Oh, are you? Excellent. Yeah, I've got another trip. I'm heading over to the UK in July for a couple weeks, so that should be good. I'm looking forward to that trip. Electrical is looking good. Hydraulic pressures are all looking good. Fuel levels are all good. APU shut down. Temperatures are good. Doors, wheels, temperatures are good. Trims are all good. Everything is fine. We go to our status messages are good. And yeah, systems are all good. There's 25,000 feet. Kevin's doing good. He's coming up behind us. All right, so we're going to shift over to the back, take up a nice comfortable seat, get up some entertainment. We're going to go off mic for a bit, and we'll be around in the chat. And grab a drink, grab something to eat, and enjoy the flight. Talk to you soon.
I busted out. I could have knocked you off when I first come in, but I had to face the judge when he handed me my rap. I want you to do the same.
You're crazy.
Maybe stir crazy. If I am, I got you to blame for it. I've been laying up there in the tent while the Black Raven's been doing pretty good for himself. We were partners when the dough was rolling in, but when the law cracks down, you don't know me from a yellow dog.
All of a sudden, you got too smart to take orders. When I saw what was coming, I protected myself. Why should I get in the jam? Because you were a fool.
That's your story. The way it looks from where I stand. You double-crossed me so you could grab the works.
You could be wrong about that.
Yes. I could be right. You weren't satisfied with a 50% cut. So now I'm going to give you a 100% nail.
Andy, come here, quick! All right, go easy, man. Don't break his neck.
I wanted to make sure I had him.
No doubt about that.
He don't know his own strength.
We'll take him to my room. Bring him along. Put him in that chair.
What's the matter? Didn't he like the service?
He's suffering from rapid delusions aggravated by a moronic mentality.
Is that bad?
Might prove fatal.
I hope it ain't catching. Let up on me, Raven. I won't bother you no more.
I'm quite sure you won't bother me anymore.
What are you gonna do with me?
You've still got another 10 years to serve. That'll keep you busy for a while.
Don't turn me in. I'll promise to leave the country and never come back.
I'd be a fool to take a chance on trusting you when I don't have to.
I'm told you can slip a hot guy across the Canadian border.
I don't think I know you.
I'm Mike Bardoni. You're the Black Raven. Have that button from my car away.
Andy? Oh, I'd like to dry out sometime.
Maybe you'd like to see today's paper.
Register, please.
I don't think so. I'm in a hurry to get across the border.
It's liable to rain all night. You may as well be comfortable.
Well, maybe I'd better.
Mike Bardoni, the big shot. In solid with the state organization. Taking the underground to Canada. What's the answer?
My racket's paying off big, so Tim Winfield decides to take over and make me an office boy. When I don't play that way, he tosses me to the coppers. I'll come back when the heat's off and settle with him.
Tim Winfield, huh? He's a bad man to fool with. Others will learn the hard way.
All right, so it won't be easy. You think think I got where I did by being a cream puff? How about the grub? I didn't take time to stop and eat.
See what I can do for you. car outside wants putting away. Another one? This keeps up, I'll never get dry. Will it only have the key to your car?
Oh, yes, of course.
You come with me. Nasty weather for traveling.
I'd consider that an understatement. The bridge is washed out, you know.
I know. Your register, please.
That's nice.
Miss Winfield. Any relation to Tim Winfield?
He's my father. Do you know him?
Known him by reputation. He's a very prominent man.
You see, we lack his blessing. That's why we're planning on being married across the border.
I can well understand that. I may as well take you all up at the same time.
Fine.
Well, would you pardon me for just a moment? You're ready. I'll have Andy take you on your way.
Oh, there's no hurry. I'll stick around for a while. I like it here.
Suit yourself. I'm sorry. This way, please. I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
I hope you'll find this room comfortable, Miss Winfield.
It's very nice, thank you.
I can give you a room across the hall, Mr. Bentley.
Well, that'll be fine, thank you. We'll be with you in just a minute.
I'm terribly afraid.
Now, everything's going to be all right, darling. We'll cross the border and be married in spite of Mr. Winfield and all his henchmen. Remember, don't worry.
Thanks for following me up here, Tim.
I didn't follow you. What you do means nothing to me.
I wouldn't be surprised if you changed your mind about that. I don't like to be kicked around.
You outgrow your hat, Mike. There's no one the organization can't get along without.
I'm glad to hear that, because they may have to get along without you.
Well, seldom I had such a distinguished guest as Mr. Winfield.
You know me?
I've had business with you, indirectly. Seems to have gotten wet.
Yeah, my car went into the ditch. Had to walk half a mile or so.
Oh, that's too bad. But I'll miss over mine while your coat dries.
Thanks. It may help me from catching cold. What business did you have with me indirectly?
I don't think you'll be interested in talking about that now. Excuse me while I get a jacket for myself. there's another car out front. Never mind about that. That prisoner escaped. You've got to search the house from top to bottom. You've got to find him.
Who searched for who? He may be dangerous.
He is very dangerous. That's why you must find him right away.
That don't make me anxious to find him.
Where's Bentley? I've been trying to catch up with him.
I don't give information about my guests.
You know who I am. You better cooperate with me if you hope to stay in business. I warned you to stay away from my daughter. You brought her here.
That's right. As soon as we reach Canada, we're going to be married.
You'll never get to Canada.
Look here, Mr. Winfield. Lee and I love each other. Not even you can stop us. I could kill you for that.
A lot of people have felt that same way about me. But I'm still very much alive.
I hope for Lee's sake that you and I might someday be reconciled. But I won't take that, not even from her father.
You'll take more than that. I haven't even started on you. Lee isn't quite 21. And I'm going to have you prosecuted for kidnapping. I'll make sure you get the limit.
Andy, don't stand around there. Do what I told you.
Yes, sir. Connect me with the headquarters of the state police. That's what I said, the state police.
What's going to happen? Why is Father calling the police?
Call out the Marines if he could to keep us from getting married.
Operator. Operator, are you asleep? This phone's dead. It was all right a minute ago.
Probably noticed there's a bad storm going on. Anything could happen.
Once more, I forbid you to marry this fellow, and I expect to be obeyed.
You've no right to allow a stubborn prejudice to interfere with my happiness.
I'll be the judge of that. We'll go to your room, and you'll stay there till I can take you home. You were a fool to think you could put anything over on me.
We'll see.
Keep your chin up. Race can't always be against you.
Thanks. Things look pretty black right now.
You dislike Alan because he had the courage to oppose you in politics.
I dislike him. That's enough.
Why should you care who I marry? You've never shown much affection for me, and you can hardly expect me to show much love for a father I can't even respect.
What do you mean by that?
Don't you suppose I can understand the dirty politics that's kept you in power? Do you think I'm such a fool as not to know where you get your money?
And I can also thank Bentley for turning you against your own father.
He had nothing to do with it. I knew about you before I met you.
Well, you better start to forget him, because you'll not see him anymore.
Help! Help! Someone tried to break into my room.
Man or a woman?
A man, I suppose. Why would a woman want to break into my room?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
This is no joking matter. My life may be in danger.
All right, all right. I'll go look under the bed for you.
Thanks.
Everything's all right here.
Someone tried to open that door.
rattled in the wind.
I don't think so. It sounded exactly as if someone was trying to pick the logs.
Just your imagination. You look very familiar to me. Where have I seen you before?
I'm sure we've never met before. I suppose I remind you of someone else.
I never forget a face. Something about you is impressed in my memory. Maybe it's the decorations. I got it. You're Horace Weatherby, the missing bank cashier. I've seen your picture in the papers.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How much did you get away with?
I didn't get away with anything. I'm on my vacation, and I have a right to go where I like and do what I please.
How much did you get away with? I could find out for myself by opening that satchel.
No, wait a minute. I'll tell you. $50,000.
It's far from being peanuts. You better turn that money over to me.
No, I won't. This is my last and only chance to live, and I won't give it up. All my life, I've been nothing but an animated dadding machine. I wasn't supposed to have any feelings or emotions. They just wound me up once a week with that little salary check that was supposed to make me tick until the next Saturday. Traveling back and forth to work in that crowded subway with its smell of sweat and garlic. All I could think of was fresh air and the out of doors. I never planned to embezzle any money, but the chance just came one day, and I took it.
That money goes back where it belongs.
I can't give it back now that I've gone this far.
I've no desire to see you sent to prison. If I take that money back, you're free to do what you like. It's that or stand trial for embezzlement.
Out of that clothesline and you won't be attacked anymore.
Oh, well, it could have been a fellow that tried to kill you. How would I know?
We want the next stairs. I'm going to look around here for a while and I'll meet you on the second floor. that if you were to keep out of sight for a while.
I'm not running away.
I found the dead man. I blame your stepdaughter. In there.
Dead. Something must have hit him a terrific blow on the head. It gave me a funny feeling when I seen him laying there in your room, Walt. For a minute I thought it was you. Did you look around to see if anyone was hiding in the room?
No, sir. As soon as I seen that corpse, I left right back.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Let's stay here.
What happened? Why is everybody so excited?
Your father met with an accident.
Don't think that I...
No, you couldn't have.
Oh, dear. How did it happen?
Evidently someone didn't like him.
Oh.
Nobody upstairs. One of our guests seems to be missing.
Yeah. How about that fella that's trying to register John Smith?
Well, there's your murderer.
Might be. Go and see if any of the cars are missing. Make sure that none leave.
Yes.
Come on in and shut the door. Where's that money?
Is that the $64 question?
Quit stalling. That little shrimp had 50 grand in his satchel, and Winfield took it away from him.
And then what?
Well, somebody's got that money now. And it could be you.
So you killed Winfield?
We won't worry about who killed Winfield. Where's that dough?
I don't know. Thank you for telling me about it.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe that young fella got himself a wedding present the hard way.
Anything's possible, but I don't believe that's the answer.
But where's that money now? It isn't a pigeon that could fly home by itself.
cellar door locked before somebody breaks their neck.
down the cellar.
You probably heard a mouse.
I didn't hear nothing. I seen a shadow.
And your shadow's down there.
Yeah, but they stay put. They don't move around.
With your imagination, you can see the Statue of Liberty do a conga. Hi, hello, Sheriff. What brings you out on a night like this?
Phone operator said someone from here was trying to call the state police, and the phone went dead.
That's right, but he won't need them now.
No? Why not?
Because he's like the phone. Dead.
Yeah. Died kind of sudden, didn't he?
I think he was murdered.
Murder? Well, you act like that's nothing to get excited about. Where's the body?
You'd have to go upstairs.
All right, lead the way. Don't any of you leave this room.
There he is. Who is it? Tim Winfield.
Tim Winfield? He's one of the big men in the state. They've got to land someone for this murder.
That ought to be easy for a man of your ability.
Don't you worry about my ability. What do you know about this murder?
No more than you do at the moment.
I'll decide about that later. Who found the body?
Andy. He was looking for an escaped convict.
So you think you could explain this murder by pulling an imaginary convict out of a hat? Oh, I thought you could do better than that. Let's go downstairs. I want to talk to Andy before I do any more investigating. Did you find the body, Andy?
Uh-huh.
Sure he was dead when you found him?
Well, he didn't say whether he was or not, and I didn't stop to ask no questions. Hey, you ain't thinking maybe I done it?
Never mind what I'm thinking. You answer my question.
I didn't have no reason to kill nobody, but he did, to keep himself from being arrested for kidnapping. They had a fight right here in this here room, and I heard him say he could kill the other fella.
So you had a fight with the cops, huh?
My father objected to Alan and I being married. That was all.
Let him answer my question. And I'm warning you, whatever you say can be used against you. Where were you when the murder was committed?
Right here in this room.
Who was with you?
No one, I was alone.
Well, that's not much of an alibi. And the corpse was trying to call the state police to have you arrested for kidnapping. Well, you can't beat that for a motive. I guess we can call this crime solved without much trouble.
You're more stupid than usual, Sheriff. That boy isn't a murderer.
Maybe you were mixed up in this, too. I've had my suspicion about your business here at the tavern for a long while.
Yes, I noticed that. It's been very amusing.
Yeah, well, maybe it won't be so funny one of these days. You come with me while I finish looking around upstairs.
You better stay here now.
No, I'm going with you.
Don't stand there and argue. Come on.
It's too bad you weren't born without a tongue instead of without a brain.
Well, I didn't want him to think I done it.
All right, he doesn't think you've done it, so get out.
Yes.
You're not planning on having John Law get me out of your way, are you?
You're not in my way. I'm not going to have that boy take a rap for a murder he didn't commit.
Oh, the Raven's turned soft all of a sudden. He just wants to get the kid out of the jam. He's not a bit interested in the 50 grand.
Believe it or not, that's the way it is.
I don't believe it. That dough's around here someplace and nobody elbows me out of the way. I beg your pardon. What's the idea of pushing me down the stairs? I really didn't push you.
Maybe it was an accident. What do you want anyhow?
You have the keys to my car. Will you give them to me, please?
No. Mr. Bradford says no one's to leave here.
But the sheriff has the murderer. There's no longer any need for the rest of us to remain.
Mr. Bradford says no one leaves, and no one leaves till he tells me different.
But I'm afraid to stay here. I know there's going to be more violence, and my nerves can't stand that sort of thing.
Ain't no use arguing. If I can stand it, you can. Come on, get out.
What did you hit him with? You'd better confess. It'll save me the trouble of looking for the murder weapon. It'll be easier on you. I've nothing to confess.
He couldn't do a thing like that, Sheriff. You must believe.
Lady, you've got to cooperate with the law or keep quiet.
If you would allow anyone to cooperate, you might not make such a fool of yourself.
When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
You're going to have my advice whether you want it or not. You're trying to pin a blood on the wrong man.
You said dead sure he's innocent. Maybe you're guilty.
Maybe I am. You don't know that I'm not.
Are you confessing to the murder?
Certainly not. I'm merely trying to point out that you don't know who's guilty.
You're just trying to confuse me, that's all. He's guilty, and I'll have no trouble to convict him.
I'll get you there. You know better than I am.
No, you stand. Where did Winfield go when he took that money away from you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Quit stalling, I heard the whole thing. Maybe Winfield hid that money someplace. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Hey, did you kill Winfield?
Don't say a thing like that again. Somebody might think you meant it. Now, why don't you confess? Take life instead of the chair. I tell you, I have nothing to confess. Oh, now, you're just being foolish, that's all. You can't beat this case. Tim Winfield's got a lot of important friends, and they'll make it their business to see that you're convicted.
Run out, run!
Turn me.
You've done that on purpose.
I'm terribly sorry. I hope you didn't hurt yourself.
Come here. Down.
you be frightened. He had plenty of time to get away.
He might have tried to come back on my account.
Don't worry about something that probably never happened.
Why does that copper come downstairs and go on about his business? Hmm?
I really don't know.
Maybe the Raven is cooking up something with him to put the skids under me. Mugs bother me. Maybe one of you knows where that money is. Anyway, I'm not giving you a chance to scram with that dough while my back's turned.
But I assure you...
Never mind about that. I'll see that you stay put. Come on, start moving. Get down those stairs.
I don't like it down there.
Neither do I.
Who asked you what you like? Get down there. I guess that'll hold you.
Down here. I've seen his shadow creeping along the wall.
What are we going to do?
We have to fight for our lives.
Where's that copper?
Outside catching cold, I hope.
Maybe the gal here knows something. She could have been slipped the satchel.
What's he talking about?
He has an idea that someone has a satchel full of money.
Now, you're not kidding anyone. There's 50 grand around here someplace.
There's also a murder to be cleared up.
If you don't stop talking about that, there's apt to be another one.
Now you're quite satisfied. No money's here. Perhaps you'll untie us.
It's around here someplace. You're going to stay right where you are until I find it. I've got the place to myself now. I can give it a real going over.
Afraid I'd overlooked this possibility.
believe there's anybody else down here?
Can't tell for sure.
Well, it's all your fault. If you'd given me the keys to my car, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You've got to get me out of here. I'm going to find something to break down the door. Now let's go. You're going to stay locked up here down there with a murder. Shut up or I'll bust you all. But I gotta get away from here or I'll go crazy.
Look here. Better off down here than you would be up there at the river.
You could escape the gallows, eh? I'll make sure you don't try that again. Go on, get upstairs.
I'll have you free in a minute.
Grandpa. Maybe you didn't commit the second murder, but I've sure got you for the first.
But, Sheriff, you're making a terrible mistake.
We'll see about that.
Tim Winfield.
No, that's not true. I didn't kill anyone.
You're going to run away and let young Bentley suffer for your crime.
If that's another murder, I'm going screwy. Move over, Sheriff. Fired those shots. What goes on here?
Here's the man who killed Winfield, Sheriff.
Him? Why, I wouldn't suspect him of having the nerve to kill a rabbit.
Now, just a minute, Sheriff. Let me explain.
Shut up. What makes you think he killed Winfield?
The evidence was clear enough. Though it did take a little intelligence to unravel it. Also, he has the money. The other murderer is there. He was an escaped convict. Whitey Cole. He was after me.
Why did you kill Winfield?
I didn't mean to kill him. But when he took the money away from me, it was just as if he'd torn my heart out. You see, I gambled everything on that last chance to live, and without the money, it was useless. As I sat there thinking about that, I got desperate. I picked up the footstool and followed him into a room where he'd gone to hide the money. I hit him as hard as I could. I wanted to hurt him, but I didn't think it'd kill him. And then I threw the satchel out the window, planning on picking it up when I could.
Mr. Bradford, you're hurt.
I guess Whitey has paid off. In full.
Thanks, Mr. Bradford.
I hope you'll both be very happy.
can't do it, Dad. Something must be wrong with me. I've tried everything. I love to fly, but it's those guns. I'm telling you, they've got me. The thought of shooting another man down, Dad. Look, please, will you please let me go back to medical school? I don't want to kill people. I want to help them.
I don't think anybody wants to kill people. Certainly I don't. But humanity there are bound to be lawbreakers, and somebody's got to stop them.
Well, you must be right, Dad. I know everybody else feels the same way you do. All I mean is that I'm just not the man for it. If I keep on like this, I'll disgrace the both of us.
All right, son. We'll get you out of it as soon as we can, gracefully. I wanted you near me. I thought everything else would work out. I see it hasn't. Maybe it's my fault. Perhaps I failed you somehow.
Oh, no, Dad. It's not your fault. It's all mine. You deserve a better son than I'll ever be. A fella like Tommy.
I'd be proud to call Tompkins my son, but not nearly so proud as I will be of you when you overcome this phobia. And you will, Carter. You've got to before it destroys you. It's bigger than guns or killing. You're running away from something that'll haunt you for the rest of your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this final event in the graduation exercises is a gunnery test, diving and firing at stationary ground targets. Each candidate is accompanied by an instructor in a dual-controlled plane. The planes are equipped with regulation machine guns and are fired from an automatic trigger release on the control stick of the plane. The danger in this test is that some of the candidates might become so intent on the firing of the guns that they forget to pull out of the dive. The first three candidates are approaching the field from your left.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to...
Now, here comes your father.
Congratulations, son. And thanks, Tompkins.
Yes, sir.
You may be a graduate of Randolph Field, and you may be a lieutenant in the Air Corps Reserve, but remember, you're still a transport pilot. And you're not the kind of a screwball who'd go stunting over a crowd just for a thrill. Now, don't try to tell me that it was Carter Meade doing the stunting, because if it had been, you'd have taken the control away from him like that. And furthermore, I'd recognize that barrel roll of yours if there were 1,000 planes up there.
All right, Paul, I did it. I did it because I felt it. I did it because I'm through with these wild Indians I've been riding herd on for months. I did it because...
Yeah, I know. You did it because...
Because Colonel Meade was my instructor at Randolph Field. And if it hadn't been for dual controls, I'd been a cook goose several times. And if there's anything I can do for Colonel Meade,
why... Now, just forget that I brought it up. But remember, you can always come back to your regular job. And, you know, we have no colonel's son on a transport line. Come on, get out of here.
Communication received from Washington. It is believed that the territory to be covered by your Sky Patrol is the theater of large smuggling operations in arms and munitions, contrary to the letter and spirit of the government's neutrality laws. You are hereby ordered to end such operations and apprehend the persons responsible. You gentlemen will investigate any trucks or pack trains operating near the line, or any planes that cannot easily be identified or cannot satisfactorily account for their presence. All right, Lieutenant.
The district has been divided into zones, and each pilot is assigned to a zone and will leave it only on orders from this office. Constant radio communication will be maintained both with this office and between planes. Your attention to the following assignments. Ryan, zone number 1. McGee, zone number 2. Palmer, number 3. Doherty, number 4. Cook, 5. Baker, 6. And Fisk, 7. Well, what about me, sir? You stand by to accompany me on special patrol. Is that all, sir?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Outside, everybody.
Good luck, gentlemen. Oh, Tompkins.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute.
Take over, Skeeter.
Right. Come on. Lieutenant, what do you think of my son?
Why, sir, he's,
I know what he is. Will he make a patrolman?
Yes, sir, and a very good one.
You wouldn't show him any special consideration just because he is my son?
No, sir. I wouldn't do anything for him I wouldn't do for any of the others.
Don't, Lieutenant. Ever. Understand?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
I gotta sit with that radio all day. But do I complain?
I'll bite, do you?
That's what I say. Do I What? Oh.
Well, do you?
Well, I guess I don't do any more crabbing or... No, sir, not to speak of, sir.
And suppose you run back in and get to work.
Yes, sir.
He's not much of a soldier, except in his heart. And that's where it counts.
Lieutenant, I wanted to tell you about yesterday.
Forget it.
Well, no, you see, it's not that easy. I wanted to...
We couldn't let you crack up a plane, could we? Come on, let's go.
the war?
Oh, say, we're off to a flying start. Those fellas have reported everything from the International Bridge to a loose burro. McGee just got all excited about something that turned out to be a busload of school kids on a picnic.
Well, you would join the Army.
You know, I kind of like it. I was too young for the last war, but I read everything I could get on flyers and planes and dogfights and bombs. Of course, I realize this isn't going to be anything like that, but we might get a little action.
You'll get it. Over the radio.
That's very funny.
Oh, never mind, Skeeter. I'm sure this is important, or Tommy would have never put you here. After all, you are Assistant Chief Instructor.
Oh, of course, Skeeter. I was only kidding. You and Tommy are doing a fine job. Stick to it. Betty Lou and I will run the airline till you get back.
Tompkins to headquarters. Tompkins to headquarters. Tompkins to headquarters. Go ahead.
Headquarters to Tompkins. Headquarters to Tompkins. Go ahead.
Just completed tour of entire patrol district. Everything under control. Every plane's running right along. Field scattered clouds. Visibility unlimited. Looks like the Sky Patrol is now functioning.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. Your transmitter keeps cutting on and off.
Probably just a little static. There's a lot of it on these hot days. Well, here's the bell up here.
Well, it's better here now. All planes checked in on time. All pilots answered calls.
Good. Let me know if anything turns up. That is all.
Well, I guess I'll have to get some flowers.
Flowers? Flowers?
Well, sure, for the party.
What party?
Tonight.
Say, what is this?
Did you hear what Tommy said? I'm to have you two at his quarters for dinner tonight. Bye.
Well, I want to know the truth about this message that Betty Lou's talking about.
Well, you see, the button on a microphone makes a perfect telegraph key.
So Tommy sent a message to me, dot dash, while he talked to routine report.
That's what you thought was static.
I still think so. They made this date yesterday. They're kidding us.
All right, you win.
We used it all the time over 3-point radio.
How did you know Betty Lou was going to be at the Air Patrol radio?
Well, there you have me.
Well, where else would she be? Wasn't Tommy out in an air patrol plane?
Oh, and it ain't love, Grant.
Oh, lay off.
You got Tommy doing a spin. By the way, young man, how about that speech of yours?
Yeah, the one you had prepared for the graduation dinner.
Well, what happened? Didn't he deliver it?
No. By the time the colonel and all the pilots got through, the program was over.
Oh, well, they can't do that to our Skeeter. Let's have it now.
No.
Well, yeah.
Come on. Oh, you're kidding.
Come on.
Come on. You want me to give it to you? My friend, unaccustomed to public speaking. Headquarters to meet. Headquarters to meet. Go ahead.
Boarding zone number 1. Flight under control. Speed working regular patrol flights following coastline. Weather clear. Scattered clouds at 5,000 feet. Visibility unlimited. That is all.
Yesterday's flight report, sir.
Thanks, Tex.
That was Sonny Boy checking in. Everything seems to be under control.
He'll be all right. Good man.
Yeah, I guess so. He's a quiet sort of a kid. You know, I think he's got something on his mind.
He has. His job.
What did I do?
Morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
I've been looking over your report of the first week's patrol. You seem to have covered the sector efficiently, but we haven't confiscated any contraband or caught any smugglers.
No, sir. I doubt if there's any activity on the part of the smugglers. They naturally wanted to look us over.
You think, then, this week's patrol might bring results? Is that it?
Yes, sir. That is, if there really are any large-scale smugglers.
Washington seems to think so. They're howling for action.
We've got company.
what you run into these days.
Hey, that's a Sky Patrol.
Meet to headquarters. Meet to headquarters. Meet to headquarters.
Headquarters to Meade. Headquarters to Meade. Headquarters to Meade. Go ahead.
I've sighted an amphibian, number 3XM827. Standing by for check on that registration number. 3XM827.
3XM827. 3XM827. Just a minute. Thanks. Check that registration number.
Yes, sir.
Stand by, Meade.
Checking on our number. Remember to change that. We should have stuck to night flights. Can't find a thing, sir.
Headquarters to Meade. Headquarters to Meade. Headquarters to Meade.
Meet to headquarters.
Nothing registered under number 3XM827. Nothing registered. Nothing registered. Call Anfield. Call 3XM827 for identification. That is all.
Calling amphibian 3XM827. Come in and identify yourself, 3XM827.
He's asking for our identification. Tell him he's got our number. You've got our number. What more do you want?
We don't have your number listed on our file. Unless you can prove satisfactorily that everything is all right, we'll have to ground you.
Attaboy, Carter.
All right, Mitch.
Meet to headquarters. Meet to headquarters.
Go ahead, Carter.
The amphibian has turned and is flying out over the Gulf.
Tompkins speaking. Force him back to land and ground him. Use your guns if necessary. Call McGee, zone number 2. Power number 3 to support Carter. Other pilots to cover holes. Text come with me.
Headquarters to Pilot McGee. Headquarters calling Pilot McGee. Headquarters to McGee.
down this afternoon by the fishing boat Stella M was definitely identified as part of the plane flown by Carter Meade of the Sky Patrol. Pilot Meade met death in an encounter with a mysterious amphibian, number 3XM827. If you have seen or know anything about a plane of that number, please communicate with Colonel Meade at Sky Patrol headquarters. Remember, amphibian number 3XM827.
Air Patrol headquarters. Yes? Where? What is your address, please? Thank you. Air Patrol headquarters. Air Patrol headquarters. Yeah. Brownsville? Yes? Thanks for calling, but if it had two wings, it's not the Amphibious. It's not the That's not it. Let it go. Air Patrol headquarters. Where? Cleburne. Yeah, how is it marked? Thanks for calling, but that's the mail plane. Sorry. Air Patrol headquarters.
The whole thing is my fault, sir. I should never have passed Carter, but he tried so hard. I didn't think he'd ever have to use his guns, except as a threat.
No, Lieutenant. You mustn't blame yourself. I saw what happened in the final test. You must remember that I could have washed him out at any time. But, as you say, he tried so hard. He was a brave lad, Lieutenant, in a greater way than mere physical bravery. He went down fighting a subconscious impulse that was too much for him. Hating his job and doing his best to please me. No, if there's any blame, it's mine for making his sacrifice necessary. And in the meantime, the organization for which it appears to have failed in its purpose.
Well, I wouldn't say that, sir. I'll admit the morale is low, but these pilots are untried. They're fighting something mysterious. We'll find some trace of that amphibian.
Yes, but none of the calls or letters mean anything.
I know it, sir. People have seen it from Albany to Yuma. We traced down mail planes, transport planes, gliders, models, everything in the world but that amphibian.
Come in.
I just received this message from a boy in Terminal City with the name of Bobby Landis. Said he saw a plane of that number and the type we're looking for. A boy, 12 years old.
Most 12-year-old boys these days know what they're talking about when it comes to airplanes.
That's the best lead we've had yet, sir. May I take Skeeter to help me investigate it?
Lieutenant, you can have any part in this organization that will help you discover what happened to my son.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to use mine if you care to.
Thanks. I want to locate a boy named Bobby Landis.
Well, that won't be much of a job. He doesn't live far from here.
Fine.
This ought to be the place.
That ought to be Bobby Landis. Having trouble, young man?
Yeah, I can't figure how that aileron works.
Well, let's have a look at it.
Hey, you Bobby Landis?
Yeah, sure.
We're from the Air Patrol.
I'm Tommy Tompkins. This is Sergeant Milligan.
Tailspin Tommy.
Yeah, I'm Skeeter.
Gosh.
Hey, did you phone headquarters yesterday about an amphibian?
Amphibian, yeah.
That's what I said.
Yes, I did.
Are you sure it was an amphibian?
Yes, I know an amphibian when I see one.
All right. What's that flying around up there now?
Look, that's a walk ahead.
got to be sure we have the right plane.
Gosh, I'm sure it was an amphibian. You see, me and another fellow's been keeping log on the planes that fly over. You know, numbers and all.
Yeah, like we do at headquarters.
Yeah, that's it. Well, there's been one plane flying over at night, going this way early and coming back long toward morning.
Well, that doesn't mean it's an amphibian. That doesn't mean anything.
Of course not. But you know what I mean, Tailspin.
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, me and Jimmy Drake had logged the number of every other plane except that one, on account of it's always flying at night, like I said. So we're trying to see who gets the number first.
And you got it.
Well, I gave it to you over the phone.
Sure, Skeeter. How'd you get it?
Well, one morning early, I heard the plane coming. I looked out the window, and it was thick fog. You know, pretty soupy.
That's what made him late, huh?
Uh-huh, and that's what made him fly low, so I got the number. 3XM827.
That's it, all right.
Thanks, Bobby.
You gonna ground it?
After we find it.
That ought to be easy. Land's over there someplace.
Did you ever try to find it?
No, but there's a big warehouse over there.
Do you think you could show it to us?
Gosh, yeah. Come on. Hey, Ma, take care of my plane, will ya? Come on. That's the warehouse. They could use it for a hangar.
You say they fly over your house every night.
Yes, and come back early in the morning.
Bobby, if this turns out like I hope, you've got a free ride coming to you.
In a Sky Patrol plane? Guns and all?
Guns and all.
Gee!
Let's go.
Go? Well, let's crash the joint.
Keep your shirt on, Skeeter.
Well, where are we gonna go?
Back to headquarters. Here's the warehouse. And here's where Carter reported the amphibian. This line represents the line of flight.
Headed out over the Gulf, there are any number of places it could go.
Well, are you sure the warehouse is the land base?
Well, of course it is. We should have crashed the joint.
Colonel Meade speaking. Hello?
Oh, hello.
Yes? Yes? Oh, thanks, Sheriff. That warehouse belongs to Martin Bainbridge, a licensed munitions broker.
So you see, young man, you'd look rather foolish crashing in there.
Well, suppose we'd have found the amphibian.
Amphibian?
Yeah.
Well, it's no crime to own an amphibian.
Quite right, Lieutenant. There's no crime committed unless the munitions are transported outside of the United States.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing.
Well, that's what we've got to prove. Let's confine ourselves to the problem. This boy says that they make a trip each night.
We can't be sure they'll make a trip tonight, sir, but they've been fairly regular.
We could follow them.
How? Hitchhike?
They're probably working with some boat outside the 12-mile limit.
But if they carry an extra load of gas, they can make it way across the Gulf.
Yeah. If we only had some means of recording the length of the flight.
How about our impulse meter, Paul?
What's that, Lieutenant?
It's an instrument we've been working on to locate lost planes in bad weather.
It records the intensity of the magneto impulse.
Does it work?
Well, here's a good chance to find out.
But we have to have the cooperation of the telephone company.
Well, I say let's try it.
I still think we ought to crash the joint.
If this thing works all right, you'll get all the crashing you want.
Is that a promise?
Tommy, you can explain to the Colonel how the machine operates better than I can.
Well, Colonel, the antenna is adjusted along the estimated line of flight of the amphibian and is especially sensitive to the magneto impulses, as are evidenced by a spark in this tube. As the amphibian approaches, the spark becomes more intense, and by the same token, as it goes away from us, becomes less intense. Knowing the approximate speed of the amphibian, we estimate the distance traveled by the length of time the spark is registered in the tube.
Tommy, you mean that when the plane starts, the light lights, and when the plane comes closer, the light gets bigger and stronger?
That's right.
And what happens when the plane goes away from us?
The spark diminishes.
How soon can we pick the amphibian up?
As soon as the engines start.
How far can we carry it?
We should be able to follow it well out over the Gulf.
Texas at the warehouse, Colonel. He's going to telephone us as soon as the amphibian.
As soon as it starts. Then we'll tune in the machine.
And hope it works.
Well, we'll soon know. It's almost midnight. They just left. 12, 1, and 35 seconds. I'll turn the machine on. We got it. As long as the amphibian is in place, there'll be a light in this tube. When the amphibian stops, it stops.
Or else passes beyond the range of the instrument.
Well, that's possible, of course. It's getting stronger. Now it's at its peak. The plane should be practically overhead. Did you get the starting time, Betty Lou, to the second?
Yes.
It's now just 12:15. I'll shut the machine off for a moment. We should be able to hear the motors. I'd say it's just about 10,000.
Well, Lieutenant, we know how far we are from the warehouse and how long it has taken the amphibian to get here. Now, if we can only tell when it lands, we'll know approximately where it lands.
That's right. Stopped. And well within our radius. 12:25 and 3 seconds.
Well, it looks like it's up to you.
Yes, sir. I'll check the figures on the map and we'll be off the first thing in the morning.
Good. Want any help?
Just Skeeter. Unless he still wants to crash the joint. Well, there we are. 20 miles out to sea.
Then it's got to be a ship. There's no land for 200 miles in that direction.
That's right.
Well, that settles it, doesn't it?
I guess so.
Well, what do you mean you guess so? All you gotta do is take a squadron and fly out there and blow.
I know all that. But I'm wondering about Carter Meade.
Carter Meade, why?
Yes. Carter Meade.
Well, you mean that...
What you ask may cost me 2 valuable men. When with a couple of Sky Patrol planes, I could go out there and bring down their amphibian or blow their boat out of the water, right now.
That's what I'm afraid of, sir.
It doesn't sound like you, Tompkins. What's all this about, Sergeant?
Well, yes.
Answer me.
Well, Tommy just has an idea that...
All right, Lieutenant, out with it.
I didn't want to say anything about it, sir. It's just a wild idea of mine. If I'm wrong, it may be the cruelest thing I've ever done in my life. Anything official.
All we want to do, sir, is go out there, just the two of us, and make certain.
We have an old plane that we can use, and they'll never know we're air patrolmen. How about a leave, sir? Just 24 hours.
You're determined, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Take your leave. But remember, I absolutely forbid you to do anything foolish. Understand?
Yes, yes, sir.
Good luck.
Yes.
Let's get out of here before we have to go through that again with Betty Lou and Paul.
Right.
patrolman watching the place. You've got to get that amphibian loaded and get it out of there. Is a plane coming? Sky Patrol? I don't think so. It ain't marked like one. Tune in Sky Patrol and see what they're doing.
They've been working on him with a belaying pin.
Carter, wake up.
Well, what did you find out?
Only that they're on 24 hours leave.
Oh, now, Paul, you know Tommy wouldn't rush off like that if he were just on leave.
Well, I'm going to stay right here until I find out what he's up to. No word from Tompkins yet, huh?
No, sir.
Well, I can't understand it. But don't you worry, Benny Lou. He'll take care of himself.
How do you know so much about what's going on?
Well, naturally, I'm interested in what the Sky Patrol does. That's how I knew you. I saw the graduation exercises.
So I walked right in, eh?
Yes, fortunately. You see, we're tuned into your broadcasts. That's how we knew the warehouse was being watched.
And you want me to tell Colonel Meade to withdraw his men?
That's it. So the amphibian can make one more trip. After that, you can raid the warehouse, take all the bows, and everybody will be happy.
Except you'll be gone.
That's right.
That's why you kept and worked over young Meade, eh? You expected him to make his father withdraw.
No, Mitch here had to get a little bit rough with him. He was a bit of a disappointment.
What makes you think I won't be?
Doesn't it seem sort of overdoing the heroics? Sacrificing 3 lives for such a little thing? Now, this radio is equipped exactly the same as the Sky Patrol. You can talk to the Colonel right from here. I'm tuned in on him now.
All right. You win. What do you want me to say?
All ready, sir. The sheriff's detail has arrived.
Good, Ryan. Proceed as per orders.
I have a message from Lieutenant Tompkins, sir.
Tompkins?
Steady, Sergeant.
Colonel Meade speaking. Go ahead.
Tompkins, Colonel. Have you raided the warehouse yet?
Not yet, Lieutenant.
Then listen carefully, sir.
We've made a mistake.
It's code.
That's a code message. Check it.
I can't understand you. Speak louder.
We've made a mistake. Something's wrong with my calculations. I can't locate the boat.
But I don't understand, Lieutenant.
I'm on my way to join you now, sir, and will explain everything. In the meantime, I strongly urge you to hold back the attack on the warehouse. That is all.
Shall I proceed, sir?
No. Hold your men.
Call Colonel Meade. Hurry.
Calling Colonel Meade. Calling Colonel Meade. Calling Colonel Meade.
Another message, sir.
Colonel Meade speaking.
Just a minute, sir.
Colonel Meade, this is Betty Lou. That message of Tommy's was a blind.
But I recognize his voice.
I know, but he was signaling while he was talking.
They do it all the time, sir.
The real message reads, proceed with the raid. Have located Carter. He, Skeeter, and I are prisoners on the schooner Chicane. Hurry.
He said Carter was on the boat? Safe?
Okay, go on.
Well, after they got me out of the water, they ganged up on me and tried to get me to send the message. I wouldn't do it, so they started knocking me around, and here I am.
Boy, they did a beautiful job on you.
Yeah, and that's nothing to what they'll do to Tommy. I'm telling you, these fellas mean business.
Hey, don't you worry about Tommy. They start pushing him around, he'll give them the fight of their lives. Well, that fella's a battler from way back. You know, I remember one time when there...
Thanks. You saved everybody a lot.
Takes a wise man to know when he's licked.
You talked to my father. You sent the message. You must have. So you couldn't take it, eh? Lieutenant Tompkins. The great tailspin Tommy. The man my own father wanted me to be like. He isn't afraid of a little gun, is he? No, but he's afraid of getting pushed around. What a fool I was worrying about whether you were going to get beat up or not. And here you come back and you haven't even got a mark on you. Well, you're going to have.
I wish he'd have hit you.
Boss, that message Tompkins gave the Colonel was a phony. We heard them talking after he got through. They're gonna raid the warehouse. So you pulled a fast one, eh, Tompkins?
Raid the warehouse, but don't damage the amphibian. We've got to use it.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Prepared to take off. Head for sea. The sheriff's men will look after the rest. Yes, sir. Jackson calling Chicane. Jackson calling Chicane. Jackson calling Chicane.
Chicane speaking. Chicane speaking. Chicane speaking. Go ahead, Jackson.
The cops have got the amphibian. They're headed out for you.
I know just how to handle this.
The Sky Patrol's headed this way in our amphibian.
Nice going, Tommy.
Yeah, nice going, Tompkins. But your friends don't know that we know that they're headed this way. You're going to have the pleasure of watching me take care of them with a 1-pounder when they land. Get the men on deck.
sorry for what I said, Lieutenant. I should have known better.
Oh, that's all right, kid. I wasn't sure it'd work myself.
Come on, boys. Uncover the gun and check it. I'd like to take one punch at that guy, Tompkins. Forget about him till after we look after the amphibian. Then you can have the three of them. That must be the chicane. Circle while we look her over. Yes, sir. Drop that gun. Stand around it so it won't be seen. Listen.
They'll be cold meat. They don't even know these fellas are expecting them.
Well, the boss said to stay away from you guys, but I just came down to see that you don't run away. All right, both of you, get over there. All right, kid, get up out of there. You're not hurt that bad. Come on, get up out of there. You know what's waiting for you. Get up. Hey. Nice going, Carter.
Now let's even this thing up.
Where's Mitch? Mitch! Go see what that was.
Here, watch the stairs. Let's find out what's in these things.
Grenades. Boy, look at all that powder. Just what the doctor ordered. Man, oh man, there's enough explosive here to blow this ship right out of the ocean.
That's just what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's just exactly. Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, open those pieces.
Listen, Tommy.
All right, you get that thing open.
Yeah, I know, but we haven't got time to...
All right, settle down. Yes, sir. Men, stay hidden till I give the word. Then I want a gun out of every window. Take care of Pat.
Let's get off the boat. Hey, but Tommy, wait a minute. Hey, but Tommy, wait a minute. Got him lined up, Fred? Couldn't miss, but try. Good. When I give the word, be ready to fire. Get ready. Jump overboard. Oh, I can't swim. Taxi over and pick them up. Yes, sir.
I'm not going to try to put into words my appreciation of, our appreciation of what you've done for us.
You know the way I feel, Tommy.
I only wish you were staying with the Sky Patrol, but I realize that Mr. Smith of 3 Point need you.
Well, we're leaving things in mighty capable hands. Good luck, Carter.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Tompkins. And you, Skeeter.
The pleasure's mine, Colonel. I learned him.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, back on the job?
Yep, when do we start?
Regular trip in the morning.
You know, Paul, I've been thinking about youngsters like Bobby Landis. There ought to be a lot of boys like that all over the country that are crazy about aviation.
You bet. The whole future of aviation rests in the hands of those youngsters.
Well, why can't we do something to encourage them?
Well, it's a good idea. But how?
Well, we might have correspondence school.
No, nothing like that. Just let them hang around the airport and see what goes on.
And we could all give lectures on different phases of commercial flying.
Yeah, then I could make my speeches.
No, seriously. They have Boy Scouts. Why can't they have Scouts of the Air? Don't you think it's a good idea?
Well, I certainly do. How about you two?
Well, I'm for it.
Me too.
Well,
Calling all theaters. Calling all theaters.
Not sure what's going on. Why would it kick off like that? Strange. No, speed brakes are retracted. Flaps are retracted. I don't know why it just started climbing like that. Let's see if she holds at 360. Coming back on course. That was strange. Seems to be okay now. She just decided to start climbing up on her own. Anyway, let's take a look at Sydney, since we got to start entering the information anyway. I don't know. Seem to be okay now. We're back in thrust climb, Mach hold, cruise hold for altitude, nav mode. So we seem to be all right. Anyway, as you can see, we're getting close to Sydney. I'm just going to get rid of the map now. We'll enter in our information. 1016, temperature of 11 degrees, winds are 300 at 6, transition level of 10,000 feet is correct, and 220 will be our decision height. So that is all now entered in. Just going to do some final checks for restrictions. So Marlin, yeah, will be descending because it wants us above 8,000. That says we'll be above. We're not going V now, Zuma. We shouldn't be going that way. We should be going via Whale. Just make sure this is set up properly. ILS 34 right. That's correct. There's 34 right. No. Three, 4 left. Marlin 5. We should be doing a transition. That's okay. After Beacus, we're going to Whale. So we'll come in here, we'll put in in Whale. Will be that one. After Whale, we're going to Prawn. After Prawn, we're going to Man F. Or Man Fa. After Man Fa, we go to Jacqueline. And then we will insert that. So Marlin, Beacus, Whale, Prawn. So at Whale, want to be under 9,000 feet. Let's get the rest of these set up. And Jacqueline, we want to be at 3,000 because that is our tie-in, so we'll go here, set 3,000. There we go. And we are going to delete you. You. We're going to delete you. And we're going to delete you. We'll insert. Yeah, and that's going to give us a nice square over plan mode. That looks nice. Okay, so we'll keep that. So we're 40 miles out from top of descent now. And that is all set up. We've got those other NDB and VORs set up. Lever asymmetry. There we go. Slightly out of skew. So we'll make our descent down to 3,000 feet, and that'll set us up for our intercept on the glide slope. We'll turn on terrain over on that side. And what I'm going to do over here is we'll go back to our charts. We're going to come in here and we're going to prepare ourselves for our arrival. So we'll pull up the ground charts we're going to need for when we taxi in. So we're going to be probably getting off somewhere around Alpha 2, crossing Alpha, and then coming in and setting up. Looks like Brian's down on the ground. And I'll be using my Navigraph charts for seeing where I am and where we're headed. So Kevin's still behind me. And let's see how busy we are looking here. 5 aircraft inbound and 3 on the ground heading out. One going to LA, one going to Brisbane, and the other one heading somewhere in Asia. Starts with a V, VGHS, not sure where that is. There's two of us coming in from Queenstown, or one coming in from Queenstown, us two from Wellington, one from Auckland, and there's another one from, Brian from Hobart. Yeah, he's showing he's there. So you're going to be 833 International. Alright, so if we zoom in, Brian is sitting right at this jetway right here. So we'll come in on either side of him. Should be able to see him there. Alright, how are we doing? So we're just a few miles away from top of descent. Just going to dial in 3,000. Fuel load's good. Our alternate for today was Canberra, which is southwest of Sydney, I believe. But given the weather, light winds, just a few clouds in the area, we don't have to worry about any of that. It's been a good flight. Well, except for when, for some reason, the aircraft decided to start climbing on its own. Still not sure why it was doing that. So aircraft arrival and weather data is in. We have briefed the approach. The MCDU approach page is completed and everything is set up. Radios are set. There is still no ATC online at the moment for the Sydney area, so we're good. We are on VATSim, but nobody's there. Anti-ice is not required. The FCP is set up. Altimeters, I am going to set the standby to 1016 just so that it is ready. And that's my reminder of what I got to set this one to when we pass through transition at 10,000 feet. Approach has been briefed. And we're going to go auto brake low for the arrival. Couple miles to go. Yeah, it could be, but I don't know why, without touching anything, why she would just suddenly start to climb like that. It's a mystery. Can't leave machines to do their own thing. Something always has to go wrong. Sydney area traffic, Skyways 5556, leaving flight level 360 on the Marlin 5 arrival for the ILS, runway 34 left at Sydney. Down we go. $112 miles from the airport. Picking that up there. It's the SYVOR. If we come down here to RadNav, we have 11010, which is the ILS frequency. ISN is correct. And of course, of 335, 3 degree slope. So it's all reading correctly. There's 145 people there, believe me. Actually, we're in the southern hemisphere, so we should be able to get a nice, there we go, the sunlit side here. A little final beverage from the flight crew before we start locking everything down. Not that I don't trust the airplane, but after that, I don't trust the airplane. Alright, so I'm going to manually peg the speed at the moment for 7.6, and then we'll go to 2. We'll just set it for 280. Just hold it there. That way Kevin doesn't come up behind me too quickly. Once we get through 18,000 feet, we'll let the aircraft do its own thing, speed-wise. So my clean speed is 221 knots. That's good. Okay, I got a bit of distance on you then. So we're through 30,000 feet. We're going to turn on the seatbelt signs, let the cabin crew have some time to start get everything done. Picking up the NDB now. See, we're going to make a bit of a left turn, fly in this way, and we're going to basically do a big S turn to line up for the runway. No, it does a final swing around. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Start to make off Australia in the distance. 250 degrees and then swings. All right. think we just make out the coast of Australia there, off in the distance. Beautiful morning. As you saw, we were boarding in the pre-dawn darkness. Sun came up as we were getting ready to go. It's now risen. It'll be late morning as we arrive here into Sydney. Beautiful day. Current temperature in Sydney is 11 degrees. Slight winds out of the northwest. A few clouds in the area. Make the turn here at Rickney, and that's going to take us on towards the entry point into the Star. There's the turn. Sydney's airport's going to be kind of directly toward in front of us at this point. Final warning, yeah. Final systems check. We have engines are good. Bleed air is good. Pressurization is good. Generators and electrics are good. Hydraulics are good. Fuel is more than adequate. APU is currently off. Cabin temperatures are good. Should probably go 2 clicks. It's a little bit warm in there. And wheels are good. Control surfaces are all good. So currently no recall and everything has been cleared. So there's 20,000 feet. We're going to go back into manage speed mode. It's going to slow us down and head towards the bottom of the range. So we are cleared down through transition, so we're going to dial that in now, 1016. There we go. Checked and cross-checked. Kevin's on his way down. $18,000 feet coming up. We're going for 3 hours and 8 minutes in the air since takeoff. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting flight. If you want to come in and join us at 1300 Zulu, we'll be making the longest leg of our Pan Am around the world itinerary. We'll be flying from Honolulu to Los Angeles. It's going to be a long flight. Hopefully it turns out well. As usual, the drinks cart will be full, the galley will be well stocked, and the entertainment will be rather dated, but hopefully enjoyable. hope to see you all for that tomorrow. Be interesting to see what the weather is going to be like for that one. And according to the schedule for the real world time that we'll be taking off, we are going to be departing Honolulu at 6 p.m. and we should be arriving in Los Angeles just after sunrise. So it's going to be an interesting flight. It's 15,000 feet. So we're going to go to manual speed mode as we come up to 10,000 feet. We're going to hold 250 knots until we are heading down towards Jacqueline. And we've made the turn, and then we will go into manage mode and we'll start the aircraft slowing down. Well, it's not the final... oh yeah, the final leg, yeah, because we'll be flying from... it's a short one after that, where we fly from Los Angeles to San Francisco. I think that's the one you'll miss then, Kevin. And then the one after that, I'm not sure when we're going to be doing that one, actually. I'm trying to think of what my schedule is. I might run out of time before... this could be interesting. Because that's the final one from San Francisco back to Chicago, where it all started. That might happen in August, actually. So, we'll have to see. Let me just pull up a calendar quickly. Yeah, I'm away, and then yeah, that's going to end up being in August. There's marlin, bickus, whale, prawn, manfa, Jacqueline, sausage, and then we're in on the ILS. It's 12,000 feet. Be the decel point already showing on the display. TCAS below. Weather radar is on. Not that it really makes any difference. It's not working yet, although apparently Sim Update 10 they released the SDK. Or the API or whatever it is that they got to release to allow people to access it, and that comes I think in the next week or so when Sim Update 10 is released. So hopefully by the summertime, we'll start seeing weather radar appearing on the aircraft. That would be great news. All right. So 250, we'll hard input that. The aircraft starts slowing down. Still working our way down towards 3,000 feet. Airport's directly ahead of us here on the north side of this Sydney Harbour Bay area here. Alright, so we'll put the landing systems online. It's already picking up the base signal for the ILS. Put all the lights up. Let the cabin know we're passing through 10,000 feet. We are set on the brakes. We're set on the ground spoilers. There's 10,000. We're now in approach phase. I don't know why my baro didn't kick in there. My baro setting. Should be 220. There we go. Sensing the localizer. Yeah, I'm away at friends the week after we do the San Francisco run that weekend, and then I have my youngest niece staying with me, so I won't be flying on that weekend, and then a couple days later I head for the UK. Miles out from the airport. So we're picking up the VOR here. Although it's not giving me a needle. We have DME with the oh wow, I just got disconnected from VATSim. Yeah. It's reconnected. Not sure why it kicked me there. The beep. I think there's just kicked me off again. I'm on the US. Let me change servers quickly. I think there's Sydney. There's the Sydney Opera House and the Sydney Bridge. There's the airport right in front of us. I just switched servers. Maybe there's a problem with the US server I was on. Through 7,000 feet. No other aircraft in the area. Well, I'm catching it pretty quickly, so if anything, it's just doing a quick flutter, but everything's good here. Glide slope is showing. We're heading towards Manfa. When we cross Manfa, we'll go into managed speed. It should drop us down to 220. Actually, what is our clean speed now? Clean speed's 210. We'll go into managed speed now. This engine's coming back. 2,000 feet to go. Looking very nice. Beautiful day in Sydney. So once we hit Sausage, we'll have just about 3 miles before we intercept the glide slope. That'll give us time to get around the corner and get wings level. Speed's almost down to green dot, and we have 500 feet to go. Engine's coming up slightly to keep us at green dot, below the glide slope. Through the water. Oh, a few white caps down there, but it's not looking too bad. Flaps 1, or slats, will put us down to about 85 knots. We'll do that as we come up to Sausage. That's how I'm pronouncing it, even if it's wrong. That's good. Airport's over there. We're clear, no other aircraft on the system. Again, we're aiming to get off at Alpha 2. Alright, so speed checked. Flaps 1. Which is slats coming out. Speed dropping to 85 knots. There's the turn. $13 miles out from the airport. We're now at S speed. (3,000 feet). Approach mode is on. Second autopilot is on. Turn for the localizer. Airport's in sight across the bay. Localizer is captured. Sydney area traffic, Skyways 5556 established on the localizer, runway 34 left, 10 miles, Sydney. Keep 185 knots till 8 miles, then we'll go flaps 2. Glide slope capture. The VOR, I believe, is on the other side of the field. That's why it's reading further out by about another mile. We'll go by the ILS distance. 8 miles, flaps 2.
2,500.
Speed coming back, 165 knots. Gear down. down to our VREF speed. There's that crosswind. She's blowing in from slightly behind. She should swing around to be a quartering left nose. Nose wind. 1,400 feet to go. It's 4 miles, flaps 3.
$1,000.
3 miles, flaps full. Alright, gears down, 3 green, lights are on, cabin has been notified, brakes set low, spoilers are full flaps, landing memo, no blue. Alright, let's see if I do cartwheels on this landing. I have our exit in sight.
500.
500 feet. Autopilot disconnected.
$100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 5.
She floated a little bit. Not bad. 70 knots. Speed brakes off, manual braking. There's the high speed, Alpha 2 coming up. Ah, I see Brian over there. Looks like Kevin's on his downwind or just turning on his base. Oh, welcome to Sydney. Ourselves nice and clear. Speed brake disarm, flaps are coming up. Sydney area traffic, skyways 55, 56, clear runway 34 left. Kill the lights. Transponder, standby, and weather radar. We go. Oop. She tends to get a little bit out of hand if you swing the rudders a little too much. Go outside. Let's go to this side of the airplane where the sun's shining. Head over to the international terminal here. Sydney area traffic, skyways 5556, taxiing to the international terminal. Concourse 4 via Alpha, Golf, and to the ramp. Well, we're not on the center line, so I'll have to get back onto there. Would be nice to have a tiller. The only tillers I found that you can buy that are pre-made are like a couple $100. I mean, they look really well machined, but man, they're expensive. These rudder pedals are kind of stiff and stuttery. We're going to go to the far one, and that will let Kevin go in here. Let's get to where we can see. Sounds like him making his turn on final, probably. This is one of the airports they Sobo did when they did Australia. So the next few flights we do for Topa Sky will be out of down here in Australia. We'll see where we can go. Let's park her right here. Back into the aircraft. So flaps are up, ground spoilers are disarmed, transponder is off, strobe lights are off, landing lights are off, taxi lights are off, nose lights off, APU not required. Let's come down here. We can do two things for ground services. First thing we're going to do is chocks or GPU. We'll toggle the jetway. Get that coming in. So GPU is available. We'll go GPU on. Shut the engines off. Beacon light can now come off. All the fuel pumps will come off. Turn off those and that. You can go back to 10 arc, and that can come off. And we can begin deboarding. There we go. Jetway's going away. Let's bring it back. There he goes. Should start to see this all start to deboard shortly. There we go. Cargo doors are opening up. We get a view here where we can see Kevin coming in. There he is there. Alright, so that was great. It looked like an A350. Hope not. I'm a little bit smaller than that. So good to see everybody here. We will catch you tomorrow for the DC-6 flight. Thanks for stopping in and flying. Hope you enjoyed. And we will see you all on the next one. Bye for now.